Hello everyone, hope you're all doing well. Welcome to our first load in our newly built Grundig Fibercatcher. I've got a load of shed stuff that I need washed. I'll turn that on at the wall and get it all boot up. For detergent I've got some of this bold lavender and camomile powder. And for fabric softener I've got some lenor orchid. We're just going to do a simple cotton 90 wash today. Yep, cotton 90. It will jump up to 3.5 hours, so it will. It's hard to see in here. They're not that dirty, so they're not. So I've got 80 ml of washing powder there, which I'll put in. Oops, didn't mean to do that. I'll put in a wee bit of fabric softener. So well. So fabric softener there. I'll be in a wee second. So I'll stop a wee tiny bit of it. There isn't really that much of a drip, but the drip's still a drip to me. So I don't know what I'm like. Sorry, the video's got flicker a wee bit. Yeah, that's alright now. Yep. Right. And then, yeah, like I said, there's a washing powder. Put that in. My phone's on the charger, so I can't lift it up. But, yep, let me check that. Yeah, that's all okay. So, shut the drawer. So, yep, cotton 90. Full load. Let's go. I think partway through this video, on the main wash, I might be doing a shed tour video. My parents are out and I have the 2 tumble dryers in the house. I got the new one yesterday and the old one's being picked up tomorrow. So I thought it would be a good idea to do that, and I've only got an hour to do the inside recording, if even, so I think I might go inside and start doing that, and then I'll bring it out here and start showing my 6 machines in my shed. But yeah, so you might hear me talking for a bit just during the main wash while it's doing its intensive wash action. But yeah, we'll do that. It's getting into that colder weather. I think that's why the belt's slipping quite a bit. Probably once it's been on for a bit it won't slip. And at the same time I think this is the first time it's had a load in it in a bit. But yeah, I'm doing videos, so I'll take off your shoes. That would be handy. Radio. Yeah, that's chopped up. So I've got 6 washing machines in here. So I have it's so nice having a room I can get right to the back. Now I haven't been able to get to the back in so long, so I haven't. So we can see that we've got our first new washing machine here, which I have on. It's a Grundig Fibercatcher, but you can tell by the door it wasn't originally a Grundig Fibercatcher, so it wasn't. It was actually my Beco Pro 500. I got it back, so I did. The pump broke again, so it did. It broke twice in a year at my uncle's house. And so it was, I think it's a design flaw with the filter. I'm letting foreign objects into the pump. So it doesn't protect it properly, so it doesn't, the objects just go around the filter and into the drain pump because of the filter design that they've done on these ones with the recirculation, with the recirculation pump. So yeah, that broke again after me fixing it. So I said, right, I had a Hoover Optima, a stupid skinny machine. My uncle's quite simple, so he is. So he couldn't really, even after me like demonstrating and stuff how to work it, writing out notes and stuff, he still couldn't really work the B Pro 500 properly. You can see on the top I've wrote out where I put the washing part of the software not to put anything in pre-wash. I need to rub that out, so I do. If you have marker or anything on the display or on your washing machine, you can actually use a pencil rubber to get it off. So my aunt with the Candy Integrated taught me that trick. I never knew that you could even do that, but there you are. So yeah, I had the parts from the 10 kilo Grundig that I had last year that I ended up scrapping. So I did, and I thought, I really wanted to see how the synthetic cycles work. I'm on a Grundig Fibercatcher properly because, of course, on my one we never really got to try them out, so I didn't. So I have, so yeah, I changed all of the electronics in this machine. I had to change the whole wiring with them too, so it's now a Fibercatcher washing machine rather than being just a Beco Aquatech. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it works out. The only reason I scrapped the other one was because the drum light didn't work, and I tried to fiddle about and fix it, and in the end I done more damage than good. So I did, because I ended up without a drum light at all. And of course there's a wee hole for the drum light in the door seal, and I couldn't do anything about it. So if I had have just used it like that, the water would have leaked out of it and into like the display or down the machine or whatever. So it would have so I scrapped that, but I kept most of the parts except for flipping hoses. I didn't keep I lost the recirculation hose, and I lost 2 of the drawer hoses for the water to go in. I do not know what happened to them. So I did end up having to spend a wee bit to get it working the way I wanted it to. But so far it seems to be working. I had a little bit of a mishap whenever I first got it fixed. The pump broke again. So I took the pump from the original Grundig Fibercatcher that I had last year. I saved it and I put it into this machine, and it turned out that the drain pump on it was also half working. It stopped draining properly, so it's had its third new pump now. Yeah, same thing. But touch wood, so far I've been doing my drum cleans and stuff, and it's doing its very first go now. I'm on a boil wash with just some shed rags, and it so far seems to be working nice and well. So it is. So yeah, in my whole collection, this is technically like the cheapest washing machine in my whole collection, which is, for me, is hard to believe, because whenever these were sold, they were sold at 500 quid. So everything else that I have is more expensive than this machine. It's absolutely crazy. So it is. I think I'm going to leave these two until after. So I am, because I can't plug them in while that washing machine's on because of the way that my electric's all set up. I can't stretch the leads of these two over to here. So I can't, and I have my extension lead over there, and they're not going to stretch over to there, so they're not. I suppose I'm going to start here, so I am. If I turn this one on, we have the big brute, the biggest washing machine that I have, and also the most expensive washing machine that I have. It's the Gearbal commercial washing machine, EHS 6008. The whole custom programmed washing machine. I got this washing machine from a hairdresser, so I did. A very big hair company here in Northern Ireland. They seem to sell like a lot of hair products too, but they also like done hair. The story behind this one is that the company that owned that big shop, they also ran like this college program for training people, you know, into hairdressing. So they did, and they ran that in another building. And this washing machine was in the other building to wash like hair towels and stuff like that. So it hasn't really had much use, so it hasn't. But then after you know, virus came, I can't really say it because of, I think, the other one that might get you know, thingy. YouTube can be quite weird about that. So it can, I think, at least I think it can. What was I saying? So after that came the college program that they ran. It stopped, so it did, and they kind of like just had all the extra stuff, you know, lying derelict. And then a couple of years has passed, and then they've decided to sell everything on. So they have this was the only washing machine that they had. So they were selling a whole buckload of like tripod stuff, hair rinsing sinks, you know, like them proper salon industrial hair dryers where you like put your head in this big thing to get your hair dried. They were selling like all them type of stuff. But like I said, this was the only washing machine that they had, and they were selling it, and to be honest, it was quite expensive. So it was. I decided, I wanted. I got it off Marketplace, so I did. I have a whole story about Marketplace because I was meant to have another washing machine here, and the person that I was meant to be buying the washing machine from, she wasted my whole flipping week. She was absolutely useless, but that was another washing machine. I didn't get it. It was a vintage Zanussi, very similar to. It was basically like the Zanussi version of my grandparents' Electrolux that they had before they got a really slim, big good WTG. But anyway, yeah, that was a time waste. So yeah, they sold this this washing machine here on Marketplace, and they sold it quite expensive, to be honest. For what it was, it's, you know, it's quite run down. So it is like it has all of its, you know, rust problems. Hopefully, I'll get that painted soon though. It had a tear door seal. It was sold as perfectly working, and the door seal had a tear in it. So here, because it's been a case where, you know yourself, some people, they just fire the clothes in and then they close the door, and they haven't realised that the clothes are actually hanging out. So they've done that, and then because the towel or whatever has been jammed in the door, whenever it gets eventually sucked into the drum, it tears the door seal with it. So it does. So it had 2 tears on the door seal. So it did, and because of that, because it was teared, you know, here at this bit that seals with the door itself, it was leaking. So it was. I had to buy a new door seal, and new shock absorbers. I think was that the only 2 things I bought. But the first shock absorbers I got were wrong. They sold me. They didn't have any pictures of the shock absorbers, so they didn't. And it turned out that the first ones I ordered were the this one has 4 shock absorbers, and like these commercial style shock absorbers, because it doesn't have any springs in it. It uses the same type of shock absorbers as an Osco washing machine, so it does that hold the drum up. And then it uses like so it uses 4 of them heavy duty shock absorbers and 2 traditional shock absorbers that a normal washing machine would have, and just to kind of like balance out the movement so it's not swaying too much left and right. The 2 conventional type shock absorbers, and they were both badly rusted. So the whole body of this machine is quite badly rusted, to be honest, so it is all underneath. I can't adjust the feet on it, so I can't, because they're well rusted in. And also just because of the feet setup. The feet on this washing machine, it's not like a normal one. You actually have to take this whole plinth off. So you do, and there's like a nut on it, on the feet on the inside, that you have to undo to get them, twisted down. But over time, that nut in the whole foot is all rusted, so like you have no chance at all of getting that level, of getting the feet down. But yeah, despite this machine probably being the heaviest machine I have, because it has so much like weight to it. It has like them big massive cast iron weights. It has a big bearing cross on the back. It actually has weights on the drum, so it does. I can't really show you right now, just because of the lighting. But like on this inner rim of the drum, like right where my fingers are, there's actually 2 weights bolted to that rim of the drum. So there is, so like, yeah, it's got a perfect weight situation there. It's got loads of weight to it. But yeah, I got them 2 shock absorbers eventually, so I did. After getting the wrong ones, I ended up, like I said, Gear Battle parts, because they're a commercial washing machine, it's kind of like the same case as Miga. They're really expensive for the parts. Rehear this. I'm going completely off topic again. You see, with my Miga tumble dryer with the compressor being on, I decided to look up how much a new whole heat pump compressor unit would be for a Miga if you bought it from them. To put this into perspective, my Grundig heat pump, to replace the heat pump system on my Grundig that broke, it was 300 quid. To fix a Miga heat pump system, to buy the part from Miga, without VAT, which is another add-on that that's added on to the price. There's like a variable rate or something like that, where an extra percentage of the original cost is added on. So the original price of the Miga heat pump, without buying that, without the VAT being added on, was 930 quid to buy a whole heat pump system for a Miga tumble dryer, and that's without VAT. With VAT, the price would probably go up to beyond £1,000 just for the heat pump. Just for the heat pump and the heat exchanger bit at the bottom. Isn't that madness? I really could do a whole video on heat pump tumble dryers now. So I could. I think there's no point at all in spending loads of money on a heat pump tumble dryer, because they have like an X amount of years to live. I'm really surprised that they don't talk about the tumble dryers as much as people would talk about the washing machine with the sealed drums, because I feel like if the washing machine has a sealed drum, you can do stuff to prevent to prevent the bearings and the drum spider from going. Like if you use your washing machine, for what do you call it, for a long come on, get the word out of them. If you use it properly, you do hotter washes and stuff like that properly dissolve all the detergent. You can get longer out of them burns and drum spiders, so you can. Whereas a heat pump tumble dryer, you can't do anything different to make the heat pump last longer. It's just a given amount of time that it's gonna last. But yeah, I just don't like the way that it's going. So it's not. Yes, don't get me wrong. Like a heat pump tumble dryer, like there's a whole lot of thing people I've seen like comments and stuff thinking that where they'd say like I think some people probably have experience where the heat pump takes like 6 hours to dry. I've been quite thankful and I haven't experienced that at all. Apart from my Grundig whenever the compressor was gone, so it wasn't had like the tiniest flipping spit of gas left in it. But yeah, like my traditional heat pumps, like the Alaska meters inside, they typically take just about an hour to dry a normal load, and then maybe like 2 or 3 to dry like a tall load, or say like a load like that's in the Grundig, which I think is quite respectable. Like don't get me wrong, you can't do it 30. Like if you were to dry a couple of things in a heat pump tumble dryer, you can't get them dry in 30 minutes. So you can't. It always takes at least 45 minutes to an hour. So it does, but like I like the energy saving of the heat pump. I think that's a good thing about them, but the reliability, it's definitely showing itself to me. What it's like. Anyway, back to this. So yeah, after I got this machine, this gear all fixed up, I what do you call it? I started to use it. I completely reprogrammed all the programs to the way that they were down here. With the Guttons pre-washes, the synthetics, the 4-quick washes, delicate washes, anti-allergy washes, and then like the rinse and spin, and also a drum clean cycle. In the end, the programming that I'd done didn't work for me, so it didn't, and I tried to sell this machine on twice for a ridiculously low price just to get it, just to get rid of it, because at that time it wasn't really for me, so it wasn't. It was aborting the spins quite a lot, it wasn't using enough water, and I felt that at that time I thought I couldn't really do anything about it. Because this machine's a pump drain model, and I think the drum's technically quite high up, so it is. The machine, it only allows itself to fill up with a low amount of water. It can't fill up above drumming rooms, so it can't, because it's only programmed to have level 3, whereas a gear-bow washing machine with a dump valve, it can go up to level 6, I believe, and level 6 halfway up the door glass. So this one only has up to level 3, and apparently level 3 on these machines is the same as level 2, but I don't really know how true that actually is, because I've done like my main washes at like level 2, and then I've added, maybe if it's on 90, I've added like a cool down at level 3, and it does fill up. So it does for the cool down, because you can't actually tell the machine to do a cool down properly. It does a stepped cool down thing, where it drains out a bit of the water, and then it fills up drains to help like synthetic goes cool down. But you can't program a traditional cool down where the machine fills up and actually cools the water before draining. And personally, I don't want 90-degree boiling water going down my drains, because it can do a bit of like, I want to say like damage to them, because the heat like softens them up. I've had it with this machine where I have like my where it connects to at the side over there. Sometimes the water would go left first, and then it all gets drained out. Because of the way that my pipe is outside, there's a bit of a dip and a rise. So sometimes the water backs up a bit. So it does, but it's not enough to bother me. That's why whenever a washing machine's draining in my videos, you can hear the pipes like thumping, so you can. I actually quite like the thumping that they make. But I noticed like whenever I was doing like 90 washes on this machine, the water was actually leaking out, where one of the pipes connected, so it did, behind the Asco washing machine set, the Asco laundry set, should I say. But yeah, you can't really program a traditional cool down on this machine, so you can't. But yeah, that programming wasn't working for me. I tried to sell it twice, I got nowhere. Particularly, I think it was particularly because of this rust here, because I hadn't done anything about it, because I believe in myself, if you see like a really rusty washing machine on, like on Gumtree or whatever, you're not going to really want to go for a really rusty machine, because it shows that, it's got cabinet issues or whatever. So it has, you know, that it's worn down. That's what, you know, traditional people would think. Clearly not me, because I seen the rust and I still paid a lot of money to buy the flipping machine. But yeah, so that programming wasn't working for me, so it wasn't. I thought I couldn't do anything about it, and then I ended up completely changing the programming on it. So my cottons and my synthetics and all of that are gone now. I've only programmed 9 cycles so far, so 10 right up to 25. Still has that old programming, but up to 9 I've done like full load 90, half load 90, small load 90, and then I've done the same type of setup for 60 and also for 40. The machine does bursts on the spin, so it doesn't, at least if it does end up cancelling, then the coos normally do get a bit of an interim spin. This machine uses a balance switch, so it does. I'm going to sit down. It uses a balance switch at this side here, and because of the way the drum shakes, it always bangs into that switch, so it does. Even if it's a little bit off balance, and basically banging into the switch, it tells the machine that's way too imbalanced to spin, and then it redistributes, but it doesn't give itself enough of a chance. So it doesn't, like the interim spins, if you don't program in bursts, it only does three attempts, so it does for the spin. Whereas now I've got the burst on, if it does a 400 RPM burst, and then it goes back into balance and does the main spin. So if it can get that 400 RPM burst done, it at least means that there's a bit of that excess water out of it. You know, for it to be hopefully a bit easier for it to balance, and it seems to be working quite well for me. You can also program like how long it fills up to take in detergent, and I've worked out with that. It kind of like helps me get the machine to use more water. It definitely uses more water now compared to what it was in the other videos. It's still not high, it's not like really high, so it's still under drum rim level, but it's at least using like, I want to say like a perfect low amount to get the coast, you know, all clean properly. Sometimes the results aren't great, like if you do like duvets in it or whatever. But for like everyday laundry, it works perfectly fine for me, so it does. But yeah, I definitely have been getting on quite a bit better with this machine. I do use it every now and then, so I do. With my videoing and stuff, I've been using what do you call it? I've been pretty much every time I do a wash now, I normally always record it. So I do, which is why I have like quite a bit of a backlog again. So I have my videos scheduled right up until the end of February. So I do, which is quite nice for me. I'm kind of doing like a bit of a mix mash. So yeah, that machine's working alright. I think because of my talking here, I think it's good for us to go onto the ASCO set. Because like these two machines here are kind of like my pride and joy, so they are. So that's off. I need to set my phone down, I think. It's already. Bear with me. I need to plug my ASCOs in. So I do. And I also need to not drop the fucking lead in the Jabal. Bad call in my hand. Yeah, if I plug these in so I can properly show you them. Where's the lead? It's over here. Just get everything over it. Maybe you can set a tumble dryer too. So if I turn both of my pride and joys on, we've got ASCO and ASCO. So yeah, like these machines have led to some amazing things happening in my lifetime. Most of you may know these are my 18th birthday presents, so they are. I bought the washing machine and my family bought me the tumble dryer, so they did, for my 18th birthday, which was very kind of them. It's such a unique set. I think I'm the only one with the matching set of this range, like in the community. and it's like really nice. It's such a unique set, honestly. So it is. But yeah, of course we have the washing machine, which has absolutely everything that you could possibly want from a washing machine, with the whole 1800 over speed spin. Of course they both have drum lighting and all that. They're super fancy. And I got both at half price, so it was like an absolute bargain. It definitely worked out a lot better than me getting the Beko Energy spin that I was originally set on at that time. Whenever I first found these. But yeah, so like these machines, you know yourself, these were both sold at £2,000 each. So they were, and I managed to get them both for one, which was really nice because Euronics were clearing stock at the time. So they were, because nobody here really knows Osco, so they don't. And yeah, I got the two and I absolutely love them. So I did, even though I had a wee bit of issues with the washing machine and the spin limiting and stuff, it still works out, you know, for me. It doesn't really bother me. So it doesn't. Simple pause and play normally typically gets it going again to do its proper full spin rather than an 800 final spin. Yeah, they could definitely do with working on the balancing, but hey ho, I'll put that to them at some point. So I will. But yeah, sometimes I actually completely forget that this is an auto dose washing machine. I've never used the auto dose other than the whole like year and a half that I've had it. So I haven't. But I really like this setup because it means like if you don't like auto dose like myself, then you've just got your traditional washing machine drawer. It's the exact same case as like the here. You know, it has twin dose at the bottom, but if you don't like that type of stuff, you can still just put your normal washing powder like so. It's not like the Samsung. I'm not going to open the drawer on it though because of the whole detergent leaking thing. Yes, this one does have that though. Like my other one. But it's not like the Samsung where they have, you know, two big auto dose compartments in the drawer and a wee teeny weeny manual detergent compartment at the back where you can barely fit anything into it. I definitely prefer like a drawer design like this. Even like the new Osco one where it just has the main wash and the softener in the drawer, it's still something. So it is, you know, I definitely prefer that rather than, you know, a traditional auto dose drawer that a lot of the brands go for, where you don't get a manual softener compartment. So it means that the likes of me who doesn't like auto dose, I can just use it like a normal washing machine. It's always nice like that. But yeah, like these machines, they just have absolutely everything that you could possibly want. I was gonna, like I said, inside, I was gonna bring this inside. I actually wanted to bring them both inside. So I did. I really want to get more videos done in this washing machine, so I do. And the reason I was saying about the YouTube thing and then moving on to these, I'm gonna have like an ASCO period thing. So I am for the channel next year, where most of the weekends it's just going. So on the weekdays it'll be like, say like that Grundig video. Maybe the weekdays it'll focus on the Grundig for a week, and then it means that each weekend we will have an ASCO full cycle video on the Saturday and an ASCO full cycle video on the Sunday. So it means that there's a little bit more diversity in my channel compared to recent months where I've been trying to get through like an old backlog and stuff, and it's been like one machine for the whole month. Well, I've been trying to get, you know, all of the videos from that one machine all uploaded properly onto YouTube. So I'd like to try and do it like that to make it a bit more diverse. But yeah, I absolutely love these, and like they've led to so much you know, things happening in the future. Like we sing 2024 ETHA, where like I show, oh yeah, my wee piece from home, and then we have Pernilla coming up to be Can I Show, and then just like that was flipping part of the Osco family. Absolutely lovely. I've met so many people from this company, and that's why I have such a soft spot for them. I think with my whole Miele experience, I'm definitely that type of person who would say, no, there's no point in wasting money on a washing machine. And if I hadn't have met Asco, like the ones who work for them, like these elite designers and stuff, I probably would have kind of been the same for Asco. But Asco have like such a special place in my heart, and I've had no problems with the washing machine or the tumble dryer yet being unreliable. So like, if you can extend your budget or whatever, I'd absolutely push someone toward an Asco, and absolutely flipping avoid these. Do not buy one of these. I do not like them. But yeah, that's just how I feel. So it is. I have a very soft spot for these, for Asco, and I think I probably always will. Like they're not perfect, so they're not. They're still come along with some things, like particularly programming wise. There's a lot of programming stuff that could be improved. So there is, particularly like in terms, particularly like the spinning and the filling. But yeah, hopefully I'll get that pushed to them, and then we'll just see what happens. We'll see what they're like in the future. So this washing machine, this one's a bit louder than the classic inside. I think there's something weird or wrong with the door hinge on this one. It's not like noticeable like whenever you're looking at it, but like even like opening the door on this one, it's really stiff. So it is, compared to like the one inside. Don't get me wrong, that's why they changed the door lock to be motorized on the new ones. So it is, because you have to really tug to get the door open, so you do. But like you can see, like this one, I'm pulling that really hard, so I am. And this one, it has like a bit of like a metallic vibration thing with this front bit, and whenever it's doing like its final spin and stuff, if it's quite unbalanced. I don't really know what causes it, and whether it's maybe just a loose screw on the hinge or what. It generally doesn't bother me, so it doesn't, because again, like it's just on the final spin. So it is. It's not like the Miele tumble dryer, like I said inside, where it's loud for the whole entire wash. It's just the final spin. And of course it's a really, really fast washing machine, so it is. The 1800 spins something else. I'm a bit sad that they gets the 1800 spin, but of course like I can see why, so I can. But yeah, it's just because of, they said to me that it's because of the tumble dryers being heat pump. It makes more sense, for the washing to be a wee bit wetter, like that. The 1800 spin, it generally doesn't really make like enough of a difference in the water left in the clothes, compared to like a longer 1600 spin. And with the tumble dryers being so efficient, like this machine, whenever it's doing its full 1800 spin, I've seen it on that smart meter pull in like 800 watts. To give you a good comparison, the likes of this Grundig and this Samsung here, whenever they're on their final spin on a 1400 spin, they're only pulling in 400. So like this machine here at times is having to pull in double the amount of energy compared to them two to get to that full speed of 1800. But still, like 1800 is absolutely amazing, and it's definitely without a doubt something on this. So it is, but again, like it does make sense. But yeah, these are absolutely lovely. I need to use them a bit more, so I haven't really used the washing machine too much, so I haven't, because like I said, there's been times where I've been filming, I've been focusing more on filming. I typically use like one machine as my daily for a week or two, and then I'd switch. So like I think with this one, that's probably what I'm gonna do. I'll probably use it for like 2 weeks as my daily driver, only use this machine. And then I think the washing machine, it's not really for me, to be honest, I don't think. But we'll just see how it goes. But I can see me selling it on during the winter time, so I can. But I really want to see what synthetic and stuff's like. It's just, they're not really for me, so it's not. But yeah, we'll just see what happens in that aspect. the Osco tumble dryer, then I suppose I should focus on this. It's just a traditional tumble dryer. Like, I think that these are like they're fully granular, so they are, compared to the washing machine, which is, you know, it has like a lot of Osco to it. Like the whole filtering system on this dryer is all granular, so it is. But like the user interface and stuff isn't granular, so it's not. It's, you know, Osco's own firmware, so it is. They've told them they want it to be like this, and then they do it like that whenever they're making them. So like I don't know granular dryers, to be honest, so I don't. I'm not familiar with them at all. I'm not really too familiar with granular appliances in general, so I'm not. But I know, like, from IFA, from seeing them there, granular isn't really sold here, so it's not. But like from seeing them at IFA, you can see like how similar the tumble dryers are to the granular branded ones, but the difference is like the level of, you know, the different like materials and stuff. Like, this is a pure metal drum. On this one, you can see I've actually got a couple of dents in it, because I decided to dry my mum's bikini with metal buckles in it. So I did, because I'm not the type of person, I dry everything in a tumble dryer. But I didn't even think, and I ended up flipping, you know, denting the drum quite badly actually. So I've been like really annoyed about that. So I have, but there's nothing I can do about that. But yeah. I think something that's quite interesting is that, does it say there? So this tumble dryer uses refrigerant R134A. So it does. All my other heat pump dryers, the Grundig and the two Mibas, have used R290. So it'll be interesting to see what the heat pump's like on this, whether that type of gas works out better for this machine compared to the gas that's in the Miga and the Bico that I had. But I don't really know. So I don't really specialise in tumble dryers, which is why I only have the one here. Because I don't really do drying in my shed, because my whole shed runs on 13 amp. So it does. So like, while that washing machine's heating, while that's on, I can have this tumble dryer on with it if I wanted to, because it takes in such a low amount of energy. Like I said, there's a big difference between a heat pump compressor and energy level and a heater element energy level. On the smart meter, this machine only pulls in 400 watts, round about up to like 480, whereas with a condenser or a vented tumble dryer, it's pulling in even more than that washing machine is. They pull in like 2,500 watts. So I couldn't have a condenser tumble dryer on with anything, which is why I only have the one dryer in here. So I do. But yeah, like, you know, I use this mostly just for my shed rags and stuff now, and I tend to do all my other drying inside. Not because I don't like this dryer, I love this dryer, so I do. It's just more convenient for me to dry stuff inside, because like whenever I'm doing the videos and stuff in here, with the tumble dryer on, they use quite a loud motor on both the washing machine and the tumble dryer, so they do. And so like the noise is very noticeable in the videos, so it is. So that's why I tend to not really use it if I have a washing machine on. So I don't, but it just depends. So it all depends on the day. So yes, this is my Osco set, my pride and joy. Made by a bunch of amazing people, and the washing machine's just turned itself off for me, without me even having to press the button. But yeah, pride and joy. But yeah, you can see what I mean about that door hinge, about the door lock. Open. You see? But yeah, I don't really know. I'll try my best to show this one. This is my Dyson washing machine. So it is. I don't like, I have my camera plunked right in front of it. So I do, but I think I'll be able to show it well enough. So I do this up again, turn it on. So this is my Dyson Contra Rotator. So it is the creme de la creme of laundry appliances. This machine's like 23-year-old, somewhere around about that, so it is. It has a CR02 body, but it's actually a CR01, so it is. It has the original PCB from my old Dyson, my original white Dyson. So it does with the earlier firmware W121 and contra rotation enabled. The story behind this one is that I got it from a Dyson refurbisher, so I did, who had been helping me with getting my my other Dyson fixed. Long story short, after like 2 or 3 years of trying to get my other Dyson fixed, it just didn't work out for me, so it didn't. I managed to source a new drum for my original Dyson washing machine, a very, very rare part. But there was something up with I think it's called like the gear plate. So there's like a thing that the whole gearbox goes into. The Dyson washing machines on the inside are very, very different compared to a traditional washing machine, because the drum's separated in half. It has a front half, and then it has like a smaller inner drum at the back, which like rests on top of the main drum. So it does, and then so this back bit goes one way during the wash and the front bit goes the other way. And then rather than getting a traditional tumble like that, you get a contra rotating action. So you do with the washing machine, it's like the paddles work like hands. So they do, where they literally scoop the laundry up, twist it and flex it, and then, you know, like drop it back down. So it does, and then it kind of like spins it around in a circle. So it does, but it like really like flexes into the fabric. It's a very different type of wash action compared to traditional tumbling on a normal washing machine. But the thing with the whole wash action thing is that it did make these quite unreliable. So it did, especially if you don't know how to look after a washing machine properly. The Dyson washing machines only really work out for people who know how to properly look after them and keep them clean. Because if the drum spider's on the back of that corrode, then you're kind of stuck. It can only work like a normal washing machine then, so it can. Thankfully the drum spiders on that are fine. So they are, but my original one, they weren't. So they weren't, they were crumbling away. So they were. They were crumbling away, so they were, yeah, it needed like a whole new drum, so it did in the end, and I managed to get that. But yeah, like I said, I couldn't get the gearbox on for the life of me, and I've swore to myself, if anything goes wrong with this, and I have to take that gearbox off to fix it, I don't think I'd go for that. But so far it's, you know, it's worked alright. It did have that one slip up where the machine got stuck in contra rotate mode. So it did, and it, you know, instead of being in the normal tumble action. But I think it had a problem. The micro switch, I think maybe there was like a bit of grease or something on the micro switch. It uses 2 micro switches to tell the main PCB whether it's in contra rotate mode or normal tumble mode. And I think the micro switch for the normal tumble mode was maybe like pushed down ever so slightly. It was like stuck in. So it was, so I just, I moved the wee, I pressed the micro switch a few times and moved the gearbox ramp thing round to non-contra rotate, and since then, I've only done 2 washes in it since then, but so far it is working. It's probably also because at times I just keep it sitting here, so I haven't used it quite in recent months, so I haven't. I suppose there's that part of me now that's wary in case it does, you know, in case something goes wrong with a normal load in it, but I need to like not worry about that. Things like that, they can happen with any machine. It could happen with that machine, for crying out loud, so it could, you know. But yeah, like, a very good machine. But yeah, whenever I couldn't fit the big gearbox, the Dyson engineer guy, he offered to me that I could either send the new drum back to him, and he'd put the gearbox on for me, or I could get a whole newly refurbished machine, with lots of new parts and stuff in it. So I was like, yep, I will take the new machine. I never want to work on one of them again. So I don't, absolute nightmare. So they are, you can tell, like, whenever you're working on them, that they're not built the same as a traditional washing machine. They've really built this up from scratch. No washing machine apart from a Dyson, I'm pretty sure, uses a plastic front panel. Every other washing machine uses metal, I'm pretty sure. Even like the cheapest Vestal uses metal. There's quite a lot of plastic in that machine, so there is, but whenever it works, it's an absolutely gorgeous machine to use, so it is. I'm very grateful to have a working one, and I do really like it. I really like all of the machines in here. I'd say, as we know, probably my least favourite one's probably the Mega now. I don't really use it, so I don't. But at the same time, I have it in the corner. I'd sometimes like have stuff, shoved in front of it, so I would. But yeah, Mega is just. I said it like 15 times in this video, and people are going to be like, stop rambling on about that. We know you don't like Mega. But yeah, it's just not for me. But yeah, that's my Dyson washing machine. I spent way too much money trying to fix the other one, but hey ho, in the end, I got a working Dyson, so I can't really complain, can I? So I can't. But anyway, I'm gonna let that washing machine continue its washing. Once it's done, I'll be able to properly talk about these two, and then we can wrap up the video. So yeah, I'll be back in 2.5 hours. There we are, I've been filming for 1 hour and 5 minutes. It'd be flipping funny if that video never makes it up on YouTube, wouldn't it? I've done one before, where I done, a shed tour thing, and I ended up never uploading that. But yeah, I will shut up now. That washing machine's hit temp, so it has. Yep, nice and hot, so it is definitely at 80. But yeah, we can enjoy the Grundig washing for over 2.5 hours. But yeah, I'll leave you to it. So I will, because Adam's hungry and I need to go lunch. So bye. Whoops, it's alright. Trying to move this up and lead. there we are. Lovely. Yeah, done a really good job, so it did. Of course, it's always lovely whenever the 2 hour wash gets turned into 4, but I've had so many Aquatechs, so I'm sure that we know that I'm used to it by now. It's really stable and it spins, which is quite nice. Definitely a lot better than the original Grundig Fibercatcher that I had in my shed, where all these boards came from. But yeah, very nice job. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and goodbye.